well known. Lots of other local businesses, marketing companies, tech companies, manufacturing companies. We've really run the gambit. As I think most small businesses, you try to pick up as much work as you can where you go. Today, we're going to be focusing on getting you guys looking at websites that work, right? How do we use AI, which has been such a powerful tool, incorporating that into your workflow? How do you, work with different clients? And then also, how do you build an actual website? A website that is not only powerful, but modern and can do something that maybe you never thought would be capable. By the end of today's meeting, you guys are gonna be what we call vibe coders. Vibe coder is essentially the ability to learn how to code on the web without having to know how to code. You're gonna be using AI to create some pretty amazing tools, okay? So let's get started. Here's the agenda. We're gonna be talking about the different tools. I'm gonna go through the roadmap, platform selection, so what do we use to build a website, branding, sitemaps and wireframes, building with AI, content creation, AI-generated tools, apps, and websites. That one's gonna be a lot of fun, but we've got practical exercises throughout. So you're gonna wanna have your laptop open the whole time. If you want to go to that second page that I've got in there that is called Site Builders and Tools, these are going to be the links that we're going to be referencing. When you go into these, most of them you'll be able to sign up with just a quick Google, but you will have to sign up and register for most of these tools. So we're going to have obviously some time that we can work in with that. So this is the agenda. What I always like to do is go through kind of a quick explanation, describe who you are, why you're here, and what you hope to get out of being here. So Claire, we'll start with you.
Okay, my name's Claire. I own a social media marketing business called Collins Creative, and I'm working with Startup Triple Valley, so I'm just going to post the live stream real quick.
Sure.
And I am currently working on my own website. I've been working full-time in my own business for about a month now.
Yeah.
So real fresh, and so I'm...
So you have a website.
I have a website.
Built it on Squarespace, you said.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you hope to get out of today?
Right now, I just know that I definitely need any sort of help with my website. It's bare bones right now. So,
Use the template.
I have my branding,
filled in.
Yeah, and I have my colors, I have my fonts, but I don't have much in terms of information on my website, and I'm just needing to work through those things right now too. So
perfect. Okay, so maybe we can even skip the branding section for you. I'll show you guys a little bit more on that. Harry, tell me a little bit about who you are, what you do, obviously being a student, but then also kind of what you hope to get out of this.
So I'm Harry. I'm an entrepreneurship student at UW Eau Claire. I really enjoy the business process and just kind of the entrepreneurial spirit. I feel like I lack some technical ability to sort of help me build the ideas that I have, and I think this would be an excellent tool, I guess, to add to my toolbox. So yeah.
What kind of entrepreneur are you shooting, or kind of focus are you shooting for to be an entrepreneur?
I don't really know. I just really enjoy the process of building businesses and generating cash flow. It's just exciting for me.
Yeah.
So it's not so much like the product I want to sell or the service I want to create. It's more like the back end behind that I enjoy.
How do you get there?
Right.
Are you like me? Do you like in your middle of the night you wake up and you're like, oh man, that would be such a great idea?
A little bit, yeah. Write it down. I have a whole journal.
You have a whole bunch of things kind of backlogged. Well, the good news is, guys, you're both going to be able to get what you want out of today. But also, we want you guys to feel comfortable that as new ideas come to you, these tools, AI specifically, is going to be able to adapt with you, and it's always improving. Today, AI is the best that it's ever been. Tomorrow, it will be better than today. If you haven't noticed, AI is constantly going through these updates to where weekly you'll see a tool that you might either be familiar with or use on the regular is coming up with a new version, right? There is this hockey stick growth that you're going to see throughout AI, and it's only going to get better. In fact, the last stat that I saw was that ChatGPT is now smarter or as smart as a doctor in every single type of focus that is generally known. So if you need to go to a medical professional, you can actually get medical advice from ChatGPT and feel that it's probably 90% accurate on what it's giving you, right? We always recommend you go and still talk to a human, someone that has more experience that AI doesn't have yet, but that is going to change over time as well. As a web designer, I can already see, nail in the coffin is there for me. But at the same time, I also want to be a consultant for different businesses as they're growing and help them kind of incorporate the tools. The great thing is these tools are very easy to use. One of the things we talked about is you're going to be introduced to vibe coding. And vibe coding is essentially talking to AI with a prompt, and it does the thing that you want, and quite often will do more than what you thought, okay? So it's a really fun thing to do, and let's get into it. All right, so the first one is going to be the tools. So if you look at the tools, what you're gonna see on this sheet right here is that there are a list of tools that I want you guys to kind of get comfortable with. The main ones are going to be ChatGPT, Lovable, and Adobe Firefly. Okay, so those are like the top three that if I could recommend, that would be it for you. I think Canva is a close second. Reloom and Blocks, I think, are both very great tools. We'll actually try those out here in a little bit. But Reloom is probably the least needed out of these, but it plays a very important role in building websites. So I just wanted to touch on that. And Blocks is very similar to Lovable, but Lovable has kind of a head start on where it's at. Hey, how you doing? Welcome. Well, we're just about to get started. We're just into our first slide. My name is Derek.
Hey,
Brandon? Bryn?
Yeah.
Bryn, nice to meet you. Bryn, this is Carly and Harry. So we just went through a quick introduction. If you have a laptop, we'd also encourage you to grab that. We're gonna be doing a bunch of practical exercises. Bryn, can you tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do, and what you hope to get out of today's training?
Yeah, I own a custom software development shop, and we use AI in all our development right now.
Yeah, what tools are you using right now?
Mostly Claude.
Claude, it's an amazing tool.
And a little bit of Grok and some ChatGPT, but Claude's seems to be, well, it's good, better in the beginning, and then notice ChatGPT and Grok can be a little bit better at kind of like finishing off parts of it.
Mm-hmm. So you're making like custom web apps?
Yeah, web apps and mobile apps and like.
Can you give me an example of one tool that you've made that you'd like?
Yeah. So right now, like for a manufacturer, we basically have a dashboard that like brings all of their data together in one place to
Perfect.
be able to make decisions on. So yeah, just kind of getting it from a few sort of disparate systems and things like that.
What content management system are you using right now? What database?
Well, the database, like usually most of our databases are Postgres, but if it's on a Microsoft system, it'd be SQL Server.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So this is going to be a little bit different than where you're at right now. So hopefully it complements what you're doing. I think you'll get quite a bit out of it. Okay, so Bryn, Carly, Harry. Okay, perfect. So the first thing we're doing is we're looking at the tools that we're going to be focusing on today. We're specifically focusing on building websites, right? Websites, why do we have websites? It is not only a way to communicate with the individuals that are out there, your target clients, but it is a main hub of content that you can control. You can add information onto Facebook, on Instagram, but it doesn't give you a ton of flexibility. With the customization, if someone is talking about you out there on the web, you get to control the narrative and the story on your website, so you get to present yourself the way that you want. Additionally, it is the main hub in your spokes as far as if you need a client to come and connect with a tool, they would come to your website and that would be their launch pad. If you have employees or staff and you want them to get to a staff dashboard, you could give them links right onto your website. So it becomes this really nice, easy, central starting point for most of the paths that you want to create for staff, employees, target clients, things like that. Okay, so the tools that we recommend, ChatGPT, Lovable, Adobe Firefly. These are the ones that I think are that I mentioned, Bryn, that are kind of like my favorites when we're getting into website building. And then we're going to talk about Reloom, Blocks, and Canva. Additionally, on that sheet, you'll see above it the site builders. So the reason why I list these site builders, because there are so many more, but Squarespace, their AI builder, I really think is dialed in with what most people are going to need. The Wix AI builder is okay in the sense that it's not, like, I think it's better in some ways than Squarespace, but I don't love Wix in general just because of its code. It's a little bit bloated, but most people that are building websites on their own start with Wix and Squarespace, so I wanted to bring that one in. Shopify is by far the best e-commerce tool that's out there, and then the WordPress AI builder, you actually have to use an additional tool. I don't really encourage anybody to go to WordPress anymore. The tools that I recommend or that I toy with are going to be Shopify for my e-commerce clients, but then Webflow is what I use for my more high-end clients, the customers that need a little bit more and they're not typically doing e-commerce. And that's simply because these design tools are geared more for my expertise, my experience, but there's a huge learning curve on a tool like Framer or Webflow compared to these AI builders that are out there now. So that's what we're focused on. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a look at the roadmap. When you're building a website, what I want you guys to do is get someplace that you can start writing stuff down. I want you to create a company that you want to build a website for today. Now, it can be your own company or it can be a fictitious company, but you're going to have a website in about an hour. And we're going to build this together. Once you get used to using these tools, it is going to be very simple to go back and implement this stuff moving forward. So come up with a company. You want to come up with a general description of what the company does. Does it sell a widget? Describe the widget. I want you to be as descriptive as possible. I'm going to give you guys a couple of minutes to create this fictitious company. Come up with a name. If you don't have a name, don't worry. We can get AI to make a name for you. But let's go ahead and come up with something there. We'll go ahead and start the timer. And these practical exercises are going to go pretty quick, and I'll give you guys a couple minutes typically in each of these. So we're going to do a couple minutes. If anybody needs me for anything, let me know. I can help you guys out. So typically, business name, description of what you're going to do, how you want to incorporate target clients, what's the mission of your company. Let me go and write this down. Bryn. All right, so company name, 1 minute left. Now, as an entrepreneur, one of the things we want to think about is where is there a need in the community and how can we fulfill that need or fill that void? That's always a great place to start. All right, 30 seconds left. All right. Carly, how you looking? Claire, sorry.
No,
Claire.
it's okay. No, good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, what do you got? Tell me the name of your business
So-
and what do you guys do?
I'm focusing on my own business, Collins Creative.
Okay.
And what I mainly do is the strategic marketing of social media for small to mid-sized businesses.
Okay, perfect.
And anywhere like geographically it could be Midwest.
I like that. Okay.
And That also could include like content creation, and there are different services involved depending on the client's needs and really just like helping them reach their goals.
All right, so you're focused on small businesses, you said?
Small to mid-sized businesses.
And do you have a vertical that you're focused on? Like, are they typically going to be manufacturing? Are they typically going to be stay at home, like work from home, and they just need to generate online publicity?
So yeah, I mostly am working with retail. At
Okay,
this time.
perfect.
But I'm also like getting into services.
Mm-hmm.
So it really just depends on who is knocking on my door.
Yeah, I hear you.
Tutorials.
Are you willing to give me money?
Yeah, and like I can really, the beautiful thing about social media is I don't have to niche down because my services remain the same, but it just depends. Their industry can be whatever, my services are still the same.
Okay.
I can still reach different strategies depending on their industry.
Okay, cool. Harry, what's the name of your business?
So this is actually something I started with my dad. It's called Yorko.store.
Okay.
And it's an LLC technically, but it's more of just a project me and my dad did. And kind of what we noticed is that there was a need for companies who had a large amount of remote workers to get like branded merchandise. And it wasn't really a simple process on the company end because you have to have someone go and order that, and it just takes time. And you're not hiring someone specifically for merchandise at kind of the mid-sized level.
Perfect. So e-commerce is what you're going to be needing?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. Bren, what do you got?
Yeah, so I'm just working with my company, so, we do custom software. Our value proposition is to build value, drive efficiency, and cut costs with custom software. And we have more of a focus in manufacturing. Really can work with any company. They should be, usually they're going to be $1 million to a few $1 million in revenue, so they're not like a brand new or startup company. Sometimes if there's a good ROI, it can be a company that's smaller than that, but usually, we have worked with really large companies, but typically they're going to be less than a couple $100 million in revenue.
So I would assume you already have a website up. How do you like your website?
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, we're continuing to do improvements on it and just created a page to target manufacturers.
How big's your website? Is it a 5-page website?
And it's, at this point, it's just like 2 pages.
2 pages.
It's a single page design. So, yeah.
And what did you guys use to build that?
Well, we just, in that case, like we're using it's probably Grunt. It's all, it's all generated. We don't use a CMS.
Okay.
Because we're all developers, so it doesn't, there's no need for us to use a CMS because we're going to be working on it.
Perfect.
in Code anyways, so yeah.
Excellent. All right, awesome. Well, let's go ahead and move into the roadmap. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at this tool where it says what you can put into your website. What I want you to do is just go through and circle or annotate these different things that you want your website to do. So if you go through and just check mark, okay, I need these core pages, I need these media visual elements, I need these call to actions, these interactive features, e-commerce, technical SEO components, blog resources, business tools, accessibility, advanced features. Just circle the ones that you want to be on your website. You don't have to do all of them. In fact, most people don't do all of them. Once you identify the ones that you want, we are then going to move into the next option. Now, typically what happens is when I build a website with a client, this is going to be part of what we call our discovery meeting. Our discovery is really just trying to figure out what is the client trying to do on the website. Are they just trying to talk about their services? Are they going through and trying to actually have someone check out with a cart and make a purchase? Is this more of starting, putting them into a sales funnel so they, are convinced that they need to contact you, and then they fill out a contact form, and then that contact form then does other things after it? Or is this something where they need, are they a photographer and they just need to show, portfolio work? There's just lots of things in here that you could do. But don't feel like you need to check everything. All right, give you guys another minute. I might as well just do this with you guys, huh? Let me come up with my own. There's another one on the back side of that first sheet, just so you know. I was wondering where they put that. Okay. Harry, how you looking?
Good.
How many do you add them all up? How many do you got there? 18. Love it. I don't need that. I don't need that. All right, perfect. All right, so I am all set. I'm going to be creating a fictitious photography business. EC Pics is what we'll call it. All right. So now that we've got our roadmap, I mean, how easy are we? We're just trucking along. When we look at these, the variances on here are really determined by business needs, scope of needs, right? When we go through this, what I always tell people is that your site can have this down the road, and it doesn't need to start with everything that you just checked off. Quite often, a one-page website as an entrepreneur is all you really need to start just to get going, right? But then your website will eventually develop needs down the road that we want to be able to use these AI tools with. So we've gone through this. Let's get into our platform selection. I'm going to go again through these 4 platforms that I've listed on here, but I'm also going to tell you there is a tool that we're going to be using that I also strongly recommend as a platform moving forward for 90% of different businesses, okay? And that's Lovable, okay? So we'll get into this. Right now, Wix and Squarespace, difficulty rating on this one. The big reason why I think Squarespace is the way to go for most of you guys is that it does offer e-commerce, it does allow for portfolios, it does have really great templates, but the AI tool is really nice. You get to also change the information on it rather quickly. You get customizable control. It has a built-in CMS. So a CMS is a content management system. If you're writing blog posts, if you are listing services, you can create one design for your service page, and then that will just get duplicated every time. You just have to fill in like a form that says, well, this is the name of my service, this is a description of what the service does, this is the price of my service. It then just automatically populates those pages. WordPress, I don't recommend WordPress really anymore. WordPress has so many concerns regarding cost, and it's not because it is a free platform, it's that it just adds up over time. And really, WordPress's main goal was to start out as a blog, but it is extremely scalable. Most businesses that are already on WordPress, I would probably say stay with WordPress just because your workflow, your team, you don't need to train them on a new system just because it's out there. But if you're starting out, I would usually go these directions. Shopify, by far, if you're doing e-commerce, Shopify is by far the best tool, because once you get into e-commerce, the real complexity is, okay, well, what happens when I sell something to someone in a different state and I have to ship a product? Do I charge tax over there? Do I charge tax here? What shipping tools do I use? I have a cheese manufacturer that I work with, and their issue was, well, we ship cheese, but it's warm down south the vast majority of the year to where we can't ship cheese in a normal box. So we have to then put it in some type of cooling system. That cooling package costs a specific amount of money. How do we adjust the cost of that? How do we get shipping costs built in automatically so we don't have to think about it? What about memberships? What about someone coming in and doing refunds? Shopify does all of this really well. But one great thing with Shopify is that if you were to, say, start doing social media marketing and you've got someone that's a TikTok influencer and they want to get a custom link so they get a 5% take on every product that's sold through their link. You can do that in the affiliate marketing options in Shopify. So if you're selling online, I really can't suggest Shopify more than, or I have to recommend Shopify more than any other platform, simply because it just takes care of that kind of back end stuff. Okay, so now here we go, branding. Let's make a brand for your company. Now, most of you guys already have a brand if you have an existing company, but we're gonna do this really quick. We want everybody to go into ChatGPT, open up a prompt, and we're gonna start a new chat, and we're gonna put in some basic information. Now, this is the basic prompt, but what I want you guys to do is we're gonna add in your roadmap, okay? So, let's start with Claire. I will show you, let me jump out of here. I'm gonna go in and do this with you. So I'm gonna open up ChatGPT. All right, so in this new chat, we're going to, I need you to create a branding kit. Do you know what's in a branding kit, Harry?
Colors,
Mm-hmm.
statement,
Mm-hmm.
supposed to read off the
Yeah, don't worry, you don't have to read off the screen. So it does include colors,
different logos.
typography, but it also lists out who your target clients are. It also describes what your mission statement is. It comes up with logo kind of qualities. We are not going to use ChatGPT to make a logo, even though we technically could. It doesn't put it in the format that we necessarily want, but let's go ahead and add this information in here. So our name for us is going to be EC Pix. Our service includes, we'll just do wedding photography. I need a mission statement, values, colors, typography, suggestions. Our target clients are 20 to 30-year-olds within, let's say, 30 miles of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. We're going to say they are going to be college educated. What else would I describe? Can have their wedding locally or destination. Okay, now after this, we are going to list our website will need the following components. Only use this for reference. Okay, so now I'm going to list out all these things. Pages, home, about, services, contact, FAQ, portfolio, media, images, videos, slideshows, icons, CTAs, buttons, banners, pop-ups, what we'll call buttons. Do interactive forms, calculators. All right, and then finally we're going to do branding style. Okay, so the branding style at the end is the most important part when you're putting up your branding kit. How do you want to come across? Now, you obviously want to connect with your target clients. And so ChatGPT has a wealth of knowledge as far as what goes well with your target clients. What do your target clients respond to? Are they more into blues? Are they more into clean? Do they like hyper creative? Everything is going to be based on your target clients, which we've already somewhat described there. But you also want to put your input in here, right? So for me, I want to have my branding style as modern, clean, artistic, and design heavy, okay? But you can describe this as much as you want. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit enter, go through my prompt, and it's gonna pull this up. Now, as you're punching this in for your business, what you wanna take note is as it's creating this, is it's gonna give you your brand position, right? Which is basically regurgitating back what we're trying to do. Our mission statement. Now, the great thing is this is just a starting point, right? Your mission statement does not have to be this. You can obviously expand on it. In fact, I would encourage you guys to don't just take the first version that ChatGPT gives you. That's not always the greatest. But for time's sake, we're gonna go through here. Brand values are really important, right? So if you were to go and get married and you're getting ready for your wedding, you want to know that one of the most important days in your life is going to be in the hands, image-wise, with someone who tells a story, who they are creative with the images, right? That they are trustworthy. They're really focused on you. Now, I actually come from a background of being a wedding DJ back in DC. One of the things that I would always say, and I thought this was really important, that really helped close a lot of business for me, was to just lay this out. Look, most wedding DJs are going to take your order. They've got these online tools. They're going to take your order on what you want to hear. They're going to show up to your day. They're going to play the music, and they're going to do a really great job. I like to have multiple in-person meetings. I like to go have dinner with you guys. I like to follow you into a club to see what you guys go and dance to. It's more work, but it equals a better event. Is that something you're into? And they would always say yes. Nobody was like, oh, you mean we get to have more and it's the same price as everyone else? The difference here is that they know I'm bought into them. How do you connect to your target clients? Your target clients are going to be large businesses, right? They want to be profit driven, I would imagine, but you also need to be collaborative. You need to hear who they are and adjust to what their needs are. When you're talking about the marketing, you have to be able to talk to individual businesses. Some don't want to be on TikTok, and some are like, well, I have to live on TikTok, right? Everybody is going to have different needs. So adaptability is also a big one. It gives me some great color palette options. So I'm going to give you a tool on here that if you're more visually stimulated on colors and you're not really familiar with what the hex code system is, you can go over to this other website. You can add this one in here. Sorry. Is it coolers or colors? Coolers. Okay. Coolors, Coolors. This is a really great option if you're trying to come up with a website and you're not really sure about the overall aesthetic of it. Let's see if it lets me link to it. It's not. I wonder if the site's down. Okay, basically you're going to get to click on an image randomizer. It'll show you kind of color palettes. Yeah.
I'm getting the same thing. They must be down.
They must be down. Okay, so that one's down. Well, you can go to that website. Basically, they have these different color palettes out there. It'll also auto-generate. So let's say you go back to this ChatGPT and you find that you have this one hex code on this deep charcoal or this warm sand. This then also is something that you can build additional colors off of. Okay, typography recommendations, play fair display. That is actually knowing as a web designer, that's a very popular one in the wedding industry, just because it has kind of a modern aesthetic with also it being a sans serif. And then the Cormorant Garma, I mean, again, that's just like go-to wedding stuff right there. That is serif font, has, kind of this softer feel, a little bit more elegant style. And then it gives me these additional colors, photography and style guidelines. When you're working with a photographer, quite often they love being told, look, these are the parameters that we have to stay within, okay? Composition, brand voice and messaging. As you go through all of this, what I want you to do is just verify that these are the things that you want. If not, you are going to have to come up with something a little bit different on your own. Now, as far as like editing it, okay? So let's take a look. This ChatGPT can now do image generation. It's been able to do that for a little over a year. It uses, I think it's DALL-E. You're gonna be able to create these logo concepts as well. If you guys wanna go that route, that's fine. I would encourage you at this point to use AI tools from Adobe if you're doing anything that's artistic or creative. Firefly is what we're going to look at here in just a bit. But this content is the branding. Okay, let's take a look next. Now we're gonna go to, I'm just gonna keep clicking on this so we can move back and forth. Canva, what we're gonna do is we're gonna copy the content from ChatGPT and paste into the Canva AI generator. If you guys have Canva, go ahead and open it up. If you don't, you'll need to do this, but let me go ahead and open up Canva.
Just all of it from the top?
Mm-hmm, yeah. So what you're gonna see, I mean, you don't have to do everything here, but we want the marketing digital assets, logo variants for me and up, brand voice, style, color palette, and then right there. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to come into Canva, and then I'm going to come over to Canva AI, which is right here. Okay. When I click on that, I'm going to do business logo design. It's going to ask me to feed it some information. We'd love to know what your overall thoughts are right here. So we can take that out. That's not what it was. All right, so let's do, you can see it's already come up with stuff. Here's my branding kit. I'm gonna hit paste, hit enter. How you doing, Harry?
Good.
Tracking? Okay. Claire, you tracking?
Yeah.
Brent, how you doing?
Good.
Okay. All right, I can see that it's using that gray, that sand. So now I'm going to come in here, I'm going to say, oh, I want to add a modern wedding photography icon. It gives me variations. The thing with AI is that each AI tool has really specific focuses, right? Canva's AI tool, it's design focused. I still like Adobe more, but Adobe is paid. And the reason why I'm going to recommend Adobe for most anything creative is if you can use their AI, use it, is because Adobe has a plethora of, back-end, high-end creative design work, right? So, creating logos, they're pulling from their, 95% market penetration of individuals that use their tools, and they have access to all of that where these other tools don't. So, cool. Let's say this is the one that I want. Let me see, is there any other one? Yeah, let's go back with this one. This one's fine. All right, so I'll go ahead and take that, and then we'll use that one in our editor. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to screenshot that for right now. Normally I would go in and start editing that a little bit more. Okay, so we've gone into AI. If you have the paid Canva account, which I strongly encourage almost every small business to do, because you get legal rights to use all of their photos. So if you ever need a stock image, if you ever need icons, a paid account, which is like $10, I think students is like $5, you're able to use all of that on your website legally. The rights usage debate is going to be just raging as AI comes through. Things that AI makes, can you, actually use it? Are you allowed to claim that it's yours? Can it be removed? What if happens if these AI tools have metadata that's inside? What if the image has some metadata that's built in and you get flagged that it came from a company that was doing something nefarious with their back end? Do you then have to take it all down? So this stuff is going to play out. Right now with Canva, though, you get rights usage for all of these things. Okay, now we're going to do sitemap and wireframes. Okay, we've got our logo. We've got our brand. Okay, the tool that I'm going to be recommending that we use here is Rayloom. All right, I think I had that right here. Yes.
Canva was just to create the logo?
Just the logo, but in the paid version, you can actually upload your typography.
Yep.
You can upload your colors, and you would do that, and I'll show you this because I have the paid version here. You have this little thing over here that's brand, right? And under brand, you're going to be able to have different assets. So you can see for Edwin Marie, we can come up with different logos. Let me show you one that, Riverside Excavating. So I have logos in here that we generated. We have their color schemes. We have specialty fonts. We have brand voice. I think that one was new. We can put in icons. But if I ever need to make like a social media post, or if I ever need to make a letterhead, you can do that in Canva really quickly. Okay. Now it's not going to be the highest end quality, but it definitely satisfies the needs for what most people need to do. And in fact, inside here, you can connect it to your social media accounts. You can schedule out posts. You can do all kinds of things with that. It still takes time and effort, which is why most people don't do it, but it's a place that you can always reference back to and build from. So if I wanted to make a new, let me go over here. Let's say I wanted to make a new social media post. And I can say, okay, I want to do a Facebook post. I come into Canva and I can look at their design templates. And let's say I want to do, I want to market a new service. And then I can connect this right here. What you'll see is this template style. I can come over here and I can pull in my marketing colors. And then I can simply just go through here and start updating the color scheme. All right, and so now in a couple of minutes, I've taken something my brand has already been locked into, and I can create a post, come over here and share it, publish it right to my Facebook page. Just edit the text. It took me 2-3 minutes to create one little post, right? So that's the power of having this built in. And Canva updates every year. They have this Canva conference. Their AI tools, I don't love their AI tools. I think they're very basic in how their AI tools come through, and yet they keep getting better. So their basic tools are still better than what most people can do on their own right now. Okay. So let's go back here. Everybody tracking? We're all through. Okay, now we're going to take a look at Rayloom. Now I'd need to see what the free version, because I do a paid version of Rayloom, but it's going to be rayloom.io. Remember, if you need the website, it's there on your tools sheet, rayloom.io. And the free version, what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be coming up with a general structure to your website. So we're going to go into Start for Free and go ahead and sign up. Yep. Now, this is going to be for a little bit more advanced because there's an AI tool that we're going to be using that will actually build your website for you without having to do a lot of this. But this is really good just to verify the different components that you want or that you might need. Okay? So yeah, go ahead and fill in that. Talk about your company really quick. What I'm going to do is show you My Rayloom. Where are we at? Oh, I was doing one called Mom's Nuts. Created a fictitious company last night, Mom's Nuts. Have the sitemap and then the wireframe. So let's talk about what a sitemap is. It's basically just listing the components that are on each page, okay? So if we look at the sitemap, it will give you a list of recommendations, all right? So what you would do is you would go into the AI prompt. Let me go ahead and come over here with you.
See what I have?
Yeah, so what I want you to do is I want you to go back to ChatGPT. I want you to highlight all of that stuff again. Yep, and then...
I probably don't need the website structure, just probably
No,
this, or
you
do I
can do,
want-
yeah, you can do all
Okay.
of that. Yeah, and I think it has like a 3,000 character limit. So if you find that it's, certain things aren't needed in there, feel free to take it out. But this is going to give you a lot of guidance, or it's going to give the tool a lot of guidance on what you need to do. How you looking over there, Harry?
Good, so I signed up for it.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
Check some stuff.
Yeah. All right, so you can go ahead and click out of that. What we're going to do is in here is where you're going to paste that prompt.
Do I need to upload the logo anywhere?
No, you don't need to do that. But actually, I'm sorry, yes, you can. I think they actually have an attachment feature. Do they? Go down to the bottom. Yeah, don't worry about that.
Just generate?
Yep, just go ahead and click Generate Sitemap. Pick how many pages you want. You can always expand that. And now what it's doing is it's taking the site structure that ChatGPT created, and then it's going to start putting it into different components. The next step is going to be awesome. But let's go ahead and take a look at where this is at. Amazing. Okay, so you've got a home. Go down. You have services, portfolio, a blog posts, and a portfolio post. Great. You will be able to go into each of these. If you click on one of those sections, you can see that you can drag and drop it up and down, so you can change the structure, the order. Additionally, you can add different sections. So if you're like, oh, on this page, I actually do want a calculator, or I want maybe a portfolio or a gallery, something like that. Okay, so the next one we're going to do is you're going to go over to wireframe. All right, and now it's building out your site structure. It's giving you general examples of the way that this can look, okay? So you'll see my wireframe. I know I'm doing two companies at the same time. But what you'll see is on my wireframe, you can pinch and zoom to get out. It will also generate content based off of what the ChatGPT prompt was, okay? So again, content that you can adjust, but now you've got great starting content.
Sorry, I lost it. To be an export for just to get the wireframe.
Oh, no, so you're gonna click on wireframe.
Oh, okay.
There you go. And now it's making it for you. How does that look to you?
Yeah.
Client stories. Now, it doesn't have to look this way, but it's giving you a general idea of the components and the structure that you want. Okay, now why am I doing this? Because I'm about to show you a different AI tool that will do a lot of this for you. This is kind of a backstop that if you see what this tool that focuses primarily on components and site architecture might be something that when you go into these other AI builders, that it's going to give you maybe ideas on something extra that you don't currently have on your website. Okay, so now we've got our wireframe. Let's build your website. We are now through what used to take me 2 to 2.5 weeks on a sole project, all right? If we had to do branding, that was an additional month of back and forth between the client coming up with concepts, getting revisions, doing more concepts, coming in revisions. And I would say there are still companies today that would take as long, and I think some are very much worth it. But again, for most businesses, for speed is kind of getting up and running. You got to get marketing. You got to get your name out there, right? You got to start generating revenue. So what we're going to do is we have these different tools. I'm going to use Wix, but I'd like someone to try Squarespace. And if you want to try the Shopify AI Builder.
So, what I like about Wix is that they have, because what I need is to integrate different print-on-demand providers with the website. Wix is the only one that allows you to use Vistaprint.
Oh,
So if I
okay.
use Squarespace, Shopify, if I use WooCommerce,
Perfect, let's use Wix.
Yeah.
That sounds great. Yeah. That's actually a really great point. So a lot of these tools are advanced. Just a little bit of background. Wix has been kind of leading the industry in do-it-yourself templates. In fact, when I started my first business, it was in 2005 when I became a wedding DJ. And I brought in a couple of guys. I needed a website. It cost me $15,000 to get a logo and to get a website built, and it was the most basic website, if you can remember how basic websites used to be. It was something that I absolutely hated. I love the logo, but the overall look and feel of the website really made it feel less than polished, especially when in the DC area there were some really great looking websites for DJs, and those guys were getting twice as much as I was getting. A big part of it was your brand, right? Especially when you get into more affluent clients, you need to be able to demonstrate, look, I can hang with you guys. This is something that I'm focused on. So, hated it, decided I was gonna go on my own. I actually built a website that I liked way more on Wix in 2009, right? And it was something that it didn't cost me $200 an hour to go get a simple edit made, right? So, we are gonna go into the different platforms. So what platform are you gonna use?
Squarespace.
Squarespace? Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and open up to this link for you. It's gonna be squarespace.com/website/AI-website-builder. That's gonna take you to their AI tool. Wix, I think you can just go right to the home page. So remember, you're gonna wanna, if it's still not on your clipboard, you wanna make sure you go and copy the information from ChatGPT. All right, so let's go ahead and get started.
to build anything with Wix, do you need to pay?
No, I think it's once you launch, that's when you're gonna start paying. So you should be able just to go to wix.com and click get started. Yep, this one actually has a prompt to take you through a lot of the basics.
I'm only seeing.
Okay, let me go and show you really quick. Did you already have a Wix account?
I didn't. I just hit sign in with Google, so maybe that was.
All right, let's do this. Let's go to, so it looks like, yeah, let's do Wix AI website builder. Let's do that one.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Create with AI. And then you're gonna do vibe style. Yep, continue on the left, there you go. And then paste your prompt in there. Pretty amazing. Is it doing it?
Yeah, it's just like adding.
The components for you?
Yeah.
So now what you'll be able to do is move your components based on this. You can use the Rayloom to reference the different components that it recommends, and it will then go ahead and style those in there. You're gonna be able to get into your colors and everything here in just a bit.
And then for the Raylan thing.
And then you can choose, I'm sorry, go back. And then you'll be able to add your logo right there
Okay.
by clicking on the add.
So for the Rayloom thing, I think I hit generate with more than one page, but I obviously don't have the subscription.
Mm-hmm.
So is that going to be?
No, it's in, so Rayloom again is more of a recommendation on things that you can use. Now,
So, question here, because I have like the hex codes of what I'd like to use anyways, is there a spot later on that I can
Yes.
go in and, okay. so I
yeah,
just
you'll be
grab
able to,
something and-
exactly, yeah. All right, so we're not gonna have to worry too much about what's in here. You've got content for your website built by Rayloom that has the different components that you might need. You've got the color codes from ChatGPT. You've got the sitemap made. We have the logo design made. So we've been able to launch, essentially you would just hit publish now and subscribe, and you would be able to launch a website in its most basic format. But there are going to be other things that we need to put into your website. And so one of those, and this one's going to take a little longer, just so you know, Wix's vibe is a little bit slower than what we have over here. Okay, cool. And so let me see, this one right here, you should be able to do edit site. And then you can come in here to styles. And you should be able to take a look at your colors, edit palette, and then start adding in your hex codes right there.
Nice.
Wix will automatically, since you give it the color codes, will automatically incorporate it into it. Okay, so let's talk really quick about, as these tools are working, how do you get imagery dialed in? Okay, so what I want you to, how many of you guys have used Firefly before? Adobe Firefly? No? All right, you're gonna love this. Okay, I want you to go, I think the tool information is on there. Did I add that? Yes, firefly.adobe.com. And you do have to register, but they do have a free account. All right. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to find, if you're comfortable with it, I want you to find a photo of yourself, and I want you to upload it here in the image section. All right. Actually, does it? Did it not give it to me here? Maybe it's in this later one. So we're going to do an image. All right, I'm sorry. Yeah, just click image. It's going to choose. These are paid versions. So we'll do Firefly image 4.
Can I drag and drop an image, you think?
Mhm.
For some reason, it's not letting me.
So you can add an image right down here on your composition.
How do I get into that?
So go ahead and click more.
Oh, okay. Got it.
All right. So go ahead and upload an image. And let's say you need an image of you talking to a client and coming up with a marketing plan. Okay? The image that you just upload is going to be its reference image. Okay? So this reference image has different colors and brightness levels that it will then extract and then use that to then make more images. So let's go ahead and say you want to do that, whatever you want an image of. Now, the free account, you only get so many credits per day. I think it's 5, maybe 10. And then what it's going to do, yeah, go ahead and hit generate. That's okay. So you're at Firefly right now? Yep. All right, so we're going to go down to, you got your image? Yep. All right, so down here, anything that you want to do. So maybe you are, you're going to be doing products. So maybe you're holding up a shirt or holding up a business card, or you've got one of your materials in your hand talking to a client. Something that seems engaging. How does your image look?
My
Pretty
client.
cool. That's your client? He's a good dude.
My client, yep.
So, but there you are. Notice how it's a passing image of you. This is not what you find in most other image tools, which is why I recommend this. Try a different one. Give it more descriptive information. You can even go back to ChatGPT and say, I need to come up with a prompt for Adobe Firefly to give me an image where I'm doing this thing. Can you create it? And it will write the prompts. One of the best things with ChatGPT is that it understands other AI tools and how they want to receive information. All right, and we're going to get into, now that you've used it, feel free, go ahead. Now that we've used these tools and you've seen how quick and for Firefly, how accurate it can be, we're going to go use my favorite AI website building tool next.
Would you recommend disclosing the use of AI images?
Absolutely, yeah. And you can put that in your legal policies. You can put that at the footer. You can list it anywhere, but as long as it's listed somewhere on your website, I think stating that these are AI-generated images represents, honesty. You can also put it in each image. Typically, in a website has like a caption that you can add it to. So I will show you. Let me see. Let me sign in really quick. Where's my Firefly?
I assume it does like stuff that's not just photorealistic.
Yeah, you can absolutely. You can ask it to do something that's more, change the style, right? So like, something that's more like three-dimensional, some cartoon, some neo-noir. Yeah, you can absolutely give it that and it will create the different prompt for it. Where's my design tools? Are they up here? Am I not looking at it? So it will keep a backlog of the ones that you've done. And go to generate image. I must have signed it with my business one. So I have a client that we made this for, and this was a way just for her to kind of expand on a budget, her imagery, talking to clients, connecting with clients, and she loved it. Saved her about, what she estimated, about $700 in just regular headshots and a couple of staged photos. Yeah, pretty cool. Okay, so now, let's go back here. We're going to do custom apps, and you can use Blocks or you can use Lovable. I want to introduce you guys to Lovable. I think Lovable is kind of where the future of AI website building is headed. Doesn't mean that it's only going to be Lovable, but I think that if you were to look at Squarespace, they're definitely going to adapt to kind of what Lovable is doing or these other tools. So if you want to go to lovable.dev, this is where I want you guys to get very, very creative, okay? Bren, one of the things that you were talking about was that your clients, they have like a specific need for you guys for your website. Do you need them to like fill out a lead sheet? Or is there like a pricing guide that you want them to look at? What information on your website do you wish that you could add that probably feels complex?
Yeah, I could probably, if you want it to feel complex, we could just put our entire intake form on it.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna create an intake form. Give me more descriptions here. Actually, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to go to ChatGPT. And what I want to do is I want to say create a prompt for lovable.dev. I want to create an intake form for new clients. What do you need it to say or ask?
Probably ask like, maybe just basic things like, you know, company size or whatever.
Mhm.
Trying to understand like what their current technology stack is. Right? So what softwares, what tools are they using, like, and then also understand, you know, do they have a drafting department? What are the different sort of departments within the company? And then I also like, I really want to know any sort of task that they do that they either already have 2 or more people doing the same task, or if it's a task that they think that that's becoming a bottleneck that they need to add someone to. So I mean that's pretty wordy, but.
No. This is great. Our company. All right, so give me your information about your company. Did you do any of the other stuff, or you can just describe it to me?
I did some of it, but yeah, basically, yeah.
So the company name is?
The Axe Media, ACTS Media, the company. And we use custom software, again, build value. Like the value proposition is build value, drive efficiency, and cut costs.
Build value.
Build value, drive efficiency, cut costs.
All right. So based off of that very general, wordy prompt, it's going to then create a prompt for them. I'm going to then take this prompt. Looks like it's stopped. Oh, here we go. Ooh, even wordier. We like that. All right. So we'll copy that, come over to Lovable, and we'll do, let's make this a multi-step intake form. I always like multi-step just because if you do this all in one form, it's just never ending, right? Using the following info. Oh, I need to log in. Let's try that. Okay, you guys on Lovable, try that. Try going to ChatGPT, come up with a prompt. Think about a tool that you want them to do. An intake form is a great one. A calculator. Maybe your business has multiple locations. Maybe you want them to sign up for an email newsletter. Maybe you want them to upload artwork. Maybe you want them to pick an avatar.
So you're recommending this just to like add features essentially to?
No, you can actually build an entire website on Lovable.
Okay.
And in
This is
fact,
another tool to build a website?
this is the one that's kind of the culmination of everything,
Okay.
right? So the beginning part is, hey, I want to do this more manual with tools that I'm familiar with, like Squarespace or Wix, which has their own AI builders. Lovable is something that, you know, is a little bit more advanced, but it's very easy. All right, so you can see it's now getting ready, it's thinking, let's do this, it's getting ready. So Lovable takes some time.
How does this website transition then to like host it?
So you can actually add a domain right in here.
Okay.
You click the publish button up there, click upgrade, it'll ask you to get a domain. I recommend getting your domain somewhere else because I think the one that they use is not like a great registrar as far as features, right? So, you know, I typically recommend, there's a lot of different ones that you could go with. GoDaddy's probably the most well-known. I, for some reason, just gravitate towards what used to be Google domains, which is now Squarespace domains. just because they built in like privacy, and I just really like that. But you get into more powerful registrars like GoDaddy. Costs a little bit more, but you get a little bit more capability out of it. So it just depends on what you're trying to do, right? Additionally, you can actually have a CMS built into this. It uses a tool called Supabase. Supabase is basically a really detailed spreadsheet that allows other tools to integrate with it. And it integrates seamlessly on the back end. So if you get these intake form submissions, you would have to go to your Supabase account to access it. So Lovable right now does not have a built-in CMS, which is why I like Squarespace so much, is that it's all internal, right? A big thing that I like with Wix is that it has a really well-established app store. I love Shopify's app store. I think that one for e-commerce is like the greatest. But again, you can start stacking up costs really quick based off of what it does. With Lovable, you can make essentially anything that those tools do, you can make it right there on your website. Okay, great. So here we go. So here is a Axe Media, goes through these prompts. Do you want to let me know? Look through it, play with it, let me know. If there's something that you want it to change, maybe you want it to change the colors. Maybe you want it to give it a prompt for, like cool effects when they hit submit. When it goes to a new page, like a little character pops out. Feel free to take time with these tools. I'll show you what I use Lovable for. So in my business networking group, we have a door prize every week that we meet. And we had to draw names out of a hat. Kind of like what Bren was saying, is there a bottleneck? We would get bottlenecked every week. We were like, hey, what was the person's name? All right, write their name down on this card. Everybody come over here. Hey, come and draw this out of the hat. Hey, where's the hat at? It just took a little bit of extra time. So because our meeting is really focused on getting into a very specific time window of an hour and a half and not going over, I ended up creating this thing called our door prize drawing. And all it is, it's an app, and I'm not paying for it, right? It just has the Lovable logo on it, okay? So I just come up here and I click, these are the people that qualify, do a random drawing, great. And then it draws it, boom, Brad wins. Now, something that would take 2 to 3 minutes only takes us 15 seconds, right? And it sounds weird that little things like that really matter. Let me show you another one that I made. Same meeting, we have these stimulants that we draw. We have like 46 of them that we can choose from. And someone would have to guess what the number was, but they weren't really sure. So we took that out and we just click spin this wheel. And the wheel now spins with a fun little animation, a little explosion, and then it says, great, here's your stimulant. And then it gives us a description of it, and then it simultaneously emails everybody. So we told Lovable, when this happens, email this to these people so they know what the stimulant is for next week so they can be better prepared. So something that would then, take a couple of minutes to pick, but then the email process, and maybe I didn't get to it until Friday, or maybe sometimes I didn't get to it until the next week, and it required them to do a little bit more work. Now they get it 7 days in advance every time. And it's all because this tool made it. What do you think so far?
Yeah, no, I mean, it was good, and it gives you all the TypeScript code, so.
Yeah, you're able to go in and edit your code right along with it. Something that most people aren't going to use, but obviously you guys have the skill set to go in there and edit. So this also gives you the ability to then embed the code right into your website. You can make your entire website with this. I've seen, if you go to, let me go ahead and grab that back. I've seen people come in, they have like a project portfolio. Let me see, 2.6 credits left, yeah. You can remix, where do I go? Let me close this.
How does it calculate a credit?
I'm not really sure. Because I think you start with 5, but it's typically, what is a credit on, or a token on ChatGPT? It's not like a word, it's like so many characters. So it's more about the amount versus the actual thing. Like it wouldn't be like a one-for-one for me and you.
I'd say it's generally kind of opaque.
Yeah, I would say you're absolutely right. So again, where is it here? My dashboard. If you go down here, what you'll see are different tools, and you can see these tools that I made. You can come in and you can also see from the community what other people have made. You can look at different tools that are out there. This one's a Billify generator, consumer apps, so QR code generator. This one is a dashboard for business. And again, it really just comes down to whatever you want to make. Not only can you make it, you can re-edit it, and to make sure that it's branded, you can put this directly on a client's website. You can host it. It can have a CMS tied to it. So these tools, what I would say is this tool a year ago was basic enough that I would say if you didn't need a content management system, this is going to do fair, right? But now, inside of this tool, let me go back up here. I can click on, see, I made a new website for Valorum, and I can come in, and when I click on this, I can come over here to edits, and I can now, let's see, it's taking a little lag. Basically, I can click on it. Yeah, you can see it happening. I don't know why it's doing it. Okay, there it is. So I can come in here and I can actually edit the text right on here. I can come in here and say, you know what, I want this to change to a dark blue to pink gradient. And it will then make the edits. This is vibe coding, okay? So by just having a conversation with the tool, which is no different than having a conversation with me, right? Someone says, well, I want to make these edits. When I talk to clients, what a lot of them feel that they're very advanced doing right now is making a loom. And do you guys know what loom is?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Okay, it's just screen recording. That's all it is. But it like records your face, and then it like uses AI to create scripts, and then it also takes in what is it? Chapters. It does automatic chapters into the video, and then you just share it as a link instead of a full file, right? So kind of like making something for YouTube, but it's private, and it has all those features into it. They love that, but they could just as easily talk to this device and come in and say, hey, change these edits. I want these colors to change. I want this to change here. And in this, you can create, these are apps, by the way, pulled from their existing website. So if you have a website, I just said refresh this website, and that was it. Using different modern takes, it creates a full interactive website that I can now start moving through, just like everywhere else, right? Now, is this the most beautiful website that you would feel amazing about? No, probably not the greatest one ever, but it's definitely something better than what most of us can do on our own.
Oh, geez.
At that note, I think we're good. That was weird. Okay, so getting back into the presentation, what I would tell you is that Lovable and Blocks is kind of where the AI future is, okay? Let's get into any questions. Any questions from anybody?
You didn't talk about blocks, so
Blocks is Lovable. It's just a different version. I like Lovable more. Blocks is like a step behind, but if you want to just see two different website styles, because it creates something with a little bit different feel. I think I have Blocks up here. Yeah, you can see it does like an AI logo generator on a website, right? Product registration forms. So it has all of these, but what it doesn't have right now is that Supabase. It doesn't have that CMS. So Lovable came out with the CMS not too long ago, and that's kind of a game changer for more advanced websites.
how do you, how freely or openly do you communicate with your clients about these
So right now, when I build, AI is just image generation. I use Webflow. So Webflow, I do everything custom. I don't know how familiar with Webflow you are. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. So it's all something manually made. The only time that we use AI right now is if we're inserting, outside of images, is if we're inserting components, right? But we don't use AI video yet. I think AI video is still easy to identify. AI images are kind of easy to identify. But in this one client's case, it just achieves her timeline, right? So yeah, I would say that it's always something we have to talk about, right? And it's definitely this conversation of, do you want to go this way? Because it's still kind of a touch and go for some people, yeah.
Yeah, and that, I mean, a lot of the AI that you're talking about is design-based AI.
That's all, yeah, because this is a website one, yeah, yeah. I'm sorry, and I said imagery. I should also say content.
Yeah.
So we use Perplexity a lot for blog posts. It has a really great blog post. There's some other great blog post AI tools that are great for SEO and AEO. So when we write content, we do that, but we have to send it to get their approval. Yeah. So everything with AI right now is they have to kind of sign off on it, that they want to move forward with it.
Right, and this is essentially content generation.
The text is, yeah, imagery is, yeah. But the videos we kind of stay away from right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one.
Do you think people, when people know that they're reading or viewing AI content, do you think people care?
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think it's a different kind of care though, right? So I think where people are getting, especially as they use AI in like Copilot or Claude, right? You find that it's writing the way that you want to write, it's explaining it in the way that you want to say it, but it's taking you less effort to get there. And so we're using it more because we sound better with this filter on, and it projects this more professional, approach. The very first people that I think lost their job to AI were content writers. I had a content writer, and she was charging, $1,000 a website to get custom created content, and businesses were like, I'm not willing to pay $1,000 when I can use free tools and get passable content, right? When we started looking at photography and the Adobe Firefly, I think photographers are losing. I'm a web designer. Lovable is now taking a huge complexity, right? Because it's multiple components to build a website, and it's making this thing that you can now generate in a couple of minutes. I think that when you get into social media, unless we're advanced enough to use the tools more than people want to use it, it's something that's going to auto-generate. I mean, I think most people, if you're using a computer, most people are at risk of having either, we've probably peaked in volume of clients and scope of projects because AI is now going to be getting used more. As you integrate it, you're going to start to see that it's going to be more approachable for the average user, right? And so really businesses that, by my estimation, that are going to be the least affected are going to be the ones that are like labor-based, right? And even that's got a shelf life because now we've got robots. I had a client that does roofing, and I saw a video of a robot that connects to the left, and it only can be used on like a ranch-style home, right? But it connects here, and it just rotates, and it has like an arsenal of tiles that it just goes through, it scans the distance, it nails it in, so it can roof an entire roof in about an hour, front and back on a normal ranch-style home, and its cost, because you're saving 2 to 3 people in labor, is ridiculously cheap compared to before. And so you're gonna see robotics that are gonna be miniaturized and now being put out there. But yeah, like my landscaper, he uses, not my landscaper, but a client that does landscaping, he goes out, takes a picture with an iPad, generates what he thinks people want to see. They say yes. It connects to Menards and sends them an order, and he just goes and he picks it up and comes back so he can complete projects faster, but it's still the physical labor that he's saving people, and people are willing to pay for that. But you might see that go away as more people have more time on their hands, and they're like, well, maybe I want to go do my yard. I just couldn't before.
Yeah, I think content generation is tricky because people generally feel violated if they are viewing or watching content and they aren't told that it's AI generated.
Oh yeah, you definitely need to kind of list that out there.
Right. But I think a lot of people don't. I mean, and especially on websites, I mean, it's really about getting a look or a feel because people don't read. So it's really more about communicating a look or a feel.
Yeah.
A sentiment that people have.
Yeah.
They're going to read a few words here and there. But they're
They
really
skim.
not gonna read.
Yeah, it's been well known in the web design world that people skim headings and then they'll read deeper if they feel like they need to. But it's why a contact form is more successful on the top of a page, not because you've convinced them through them reading your content to contact you, but because they know that you're doing the thing that they want and they just don't have the time to go deeper. So that content at, I would say a year ago was almost exclusively for search engines, right? Like 95% of it was to get Google to recommend you, right? Whereas right now, you're using it as a way to get recommended by AI. So I have a client that does SEO, and she's a owner of a med spa out in Virginia, and she dominates the area. Her business, I mean, we got her website right now. Let me start with her competitors. She has 5 of them that are within 20 miles. The web traffic for one of them, for the highest of the 5, was 47 visits per month, okay? We have her at 3,000, all right? It's such a dramatic difference. But we started noticing that her traffic was going lower, and we were trying to figure out why, and this was in the summer, and we noticed, we were like, oh, well, they're out east. I used to live out east. Everybody adopts technology much faster out east. Everybody was starting to shift earlier to ChatGPT, Perplexity, and Grok, and they were asking these tools for recommendations. And when we verified, well, how is she showing up in ChatGPT? She was the 5th recommended, okay? And so we went in, we adjusted the code, we registered with Bing, we got a few things that were a little bit more focused for Microsoft, and she immediately was number 1. And not only was she number 1, it was effusively recommending her, right? It was like, we strongly encourage you to look at my client's website. They have great reviews, their services are a full range, and it gave a paragraph of why contacting my client. It wasn't just here they are and put them in order. It was, this is number 1 and here's how good they are. So it has AI sentiment built in. And then the what was 4 before was now only 3, and the other 2 were just, and these are alternatives. So, and she noticed within 30 days that she was getting more business that had not been coming in, she was getting more of it. So yes, most of the content is not for people as much as it is for tools that people use. And in fact, you can make a really good argument that websites don't need to be designed well in 5 years. They just need to be coded for AI tools, because we're just going to ask AI tools to do the research and trust that they're giving us the best answer because it's easier.
I mean, yeah, I have a friend that's a wedding DJ, and his number 1 source of recommendation, and then the reason he recommended in AI is because he's very highly, or he has a lot of people who have referenced him on Reddit.
Mm-hmm.
Right? 'Cause Reddit is a big source of AI training.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, because it's free. Yeah, they don't need, you can use LLMs, but you're still getting constant conversations from people, right? And that is also changing because now, what did I see? That, I mean, I'm sure this number's changed, but it was what website was it on? Maybe it was a social media platform, but most of it was considered AI slop and those Sora videos, right? But people aren't even making those videos. AI bots are making the videos. AI tools are then reposting the videos. And they're not there's no verification. They're just trying to generate clicks and links so they can make money. So there's a lot of disingenuous people out there that are using the tools to make money because of course they are, because they're humans and they just want to make money, and we don't, as humans, tend to care as much about other people as long as our family's taken care of, right? That's just the human fallacy, right? So yes, to get to your point, yes, AI is definitely something that, you know, we should list, but I think also most people are understanding that, you know, when you've got a website that's got 3,000 words, it's probably AI on some level, and almost nobody reads it.
Right.
Yeah, not to say you should let that be an excuse not to say that it's AI. And I actually go through with my clients, you have to read this. My clients hate it. I'm like, if I'm going to put this on your website, you are liable for this if you say something wrong, especially that med spa.
Yeah.
So make sure that you, verify that you're comfortable with this.
Yeah.
So, Harry, what'd you think?
This is great, because it used to be kind of the barrier of scaling this whole like e-commerce business was website creation, because it's like I didn't have the time to spend 20 hours on
Mm-hmm.
a website that I don't even really care for. But now it's like, I mean, this is professional enough.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, the
Mhm.
best, but it's far from
Way better than what you could have done before.
Yeah. Well, and not even like way better.
And by the way, this is the first version.
Right.
You'll go through revisions.
Yeah, just not even way better, just a tenth of the time.
Yeah.
So it opens the door to, I guess, scalability for.
Yeah, so all of those ideas that you have at 2 a.m.,
Right.
you could, by the end of that day, you could have
Right.
a project running.
Yeah. It is funny that all these subscriptions are about $20 a month.
Yeah, that's actually an AI-based research that says this is how much people are willing to pay blindly,
Yes.
right?
I think that's accurate. This is how many $20 a month services do I have. If I need it.
Yeah. Claire, what'd you think?
Yeah, that was great. It was nice to just learn more about different tools, especially like I really have wanted to get into looking at different tools, so it's nice to kind of have that within my scope a little bit more. And, I already have a website, but learning how to maybe optimize it is
Mhm.
also going to be like something that hopefully next week I'll have some time to dig into a little bit more.
We'll never have enough time. I think Bren brings up a really great point. When you're dealing with clients, what you want to figure out is where's the bottleneck? That's where you create something new
Yeah.
that just kind of makes it a little bit easier, right? Because friction creates less clients, right? If you can make the process to say yes easier, then they'll go ahead and they'll do it, right? So, guys, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. There is a 1 o'clock
Grab a sandwich.
summary. Yeah, grab 5 sandwiches, guys. Feel free to go ahead and eat. Thank you guys so much. And if you're online, thanks for watching.